YouTube. Still learning. Looks like we're good though. Looks like we're good though. Okay, I'm not gonna get too caught up in settings or customization at the current moment. I'll start looking at some of that while I have downtime, doing some sites. I think I last left off needing some missiles. I've been mostly streaming on YouTube, so I'm turning Twitch on today. I went ahead and got a Corp name that I liked. Me and a friend have been talking about making a Corp, and some people have been asking when we're recruiting, so wanted to go ahead and get that put in place. Head over to GDA and grab some more faction missiles.
Active.
Can't see from there. Grab that.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Please take extra care during the renovation work.
Wonder if they'll let me do multiple links in this format. Still have all the rich embedding. We need a lot of these. Cool.
Warp drive active.
What's up, Cody? Going good, just juggling a couple different plates right now, trying to figure all this stuff out.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I finally came up with a name that I like. I wish that I would have thought of the name earlier. I would have made a character for the specific purpose of creating the name under that character's name, but the corp's going to be called whatever the hell we want. So I think that's a appropriate name. What's that? Making a new corp? Hell yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of like people that wind up being the glue, you know, for a group of people in a video game. You know, whether it's like a guild leader, a corp leader. I've seen it in a lot of MMOs, and those people end up creating a lot of the content in the game. Stuck on a name, but you know the purpose. Yeah, see, my advice then, make a name, try to come up with a name when you're thinking of names that signifies its purpose. Because I was really trying to think what it was that, you know, what I've been pitching to my friends and like what I'm trying to like tell them, like, hey, let's do this. I'm basically saying let's all just do whatever the fuck we want to do in the game and not be beholden to CTAs and mandatory, you know, kind of like standing fleets and have to do all this OPSEC and so whatever the hell we want was something that was just from a TV show, and I'm glad it wasn't taken. That would be my advice, but it helped me. Yeah, splitting guns there was kind of silly. I have too many Red Bull cans over here right now. It's my lady was being really nice and bought me a case of Red Bull. Getting distracted over here. I just approached the gate instead of going to orbit it and slammed right into it, so I was getting trucked by this guy.
A module has run out of charges.
Okay, that'll be easy enough to make. I tried to AI generate a logo and I didn't like anything that they made, but it inspired me enough to think of something I could make quickly. Kind of like that rebel look. You know, some red on black, edgy gamer. Hey, new to Eve or just trying something new? Kazad, I'm not new to Eve. Long story short, I'm trying out what it would be like to, if I started over again. Mostly because I'm temporarily banned from the game right now. I am new to streaming, so it seemed like a good. I wanted to do some live streaming before I start working here, so it seemed like a good something I could do in a series that I would, maybe have some insight that could be helpful to somebody. And it's been fun to document it so far. it's kind of a neat exercise being able to look back and see it from day one. Eve's a good game for creating your own story. So yeah, so no, I'm not ban evading. I got in trouble on a temporary ban. Like, in my ban appeal, I told him I made a new character to pick this series. I'm an open book. Don't want me. Well, see, I didn't. I don't know what the term even is, so that's why I said I'm not doing it. Right? I'll prefer to say it like this. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm a good boy from here on out. But the new character progression is something that I've always been interested to do, but I've never had a reason to do it. It's actually kind of painful for me to fly without skill points. But I do recommend a lot of different fits and a lot of different ways for people to start the game. So I think it's a good exercise for me to play from the ground up and get a fresh what it's like to be brand new in the game today. It's a lot different than whenever I was brand new. When I was talking to CJ yesterday, we were talking about the limiting factor of these destroyer filaments being the tesseras, the drones, the ones I was saying I was worried about in this fit. And based on what he told me, which kind of explains exactly what's going on. They effectively have perfect tracking. So I think he said they had a tracking speed of 8,000. It was a nutty number, 4,000 or 8,000. Don't quote me on it, but the point being is they're basically perfect tracking. So I'm thinking that a little bit of buffer might be the way to go here. If I can abyssal this battery to make this cap recharger redundant so that I could squeeze in a medium or a small like abyssal shield extender. I think that could make it safe, quote unquote, for level 2s for me. But buffer seems like the answer. Buffer are high resistances, but you're not going to get high enough EM resistances in an electrical against these spark grips. And yeah, you're good, because I apologize if I don't catch the messages because I'm just tinkering around with things and kind of figuring out how I like to do it. I've been very focused on YouTube. I think primarily because I like making YouTube videos and I haven't done a lot of the streaming, but I saw that there were some people watching from streaming on YouTube, so I figured I may as well take a little bit of time to learn how to do the multi-stream, see how that goes. How can I just delete this? That's what's funny about Twitch is that you actually have to moderate the chat. There's one guy watching and we already have someone posting spam in here. Yeah, and I don't have I don't have any of this stuff like locked in right now. Everything I'm doing is in a state of flux, because I want to get it to where I can just press the button and go on both platforms and not have to sit here and tinker with it. So I'm very new to Twitch in that regard. Last time I tried streaming on Twitch was probably 10 years ago. Yeah, it's pretty cool though. The more I look at it, the amount of engineering that can be put into things now, with how quickly I've been able to spin up little projects because of ChatGPT and Cursor and different things. Could very easily set up Discord bot that can track viewers on Twitch and viewers on YouTube, determine if they're subscribed and followed and how much they interact, and create like a whole experience system where they can get Plex and gain, and you can just create something like this and make it all automated nowadays. So I have a lot of ideas. I think the stuff I'm more interested in on the streaming side would be the development work that would allow streamers to do like cool things. Probably less interested in the actual streaming of it, but the interoperability between things like being able to access the Eve API, YouTube API, the Twitch API, and Discord API, and hook all this up to a bot. You know, you could do some cool shit. If it wasn't against terms of service, you could make some. I could make some interface that lets people play your Eve character, right, from Twitch chat, and just let a Twitch chat all decide where this character goes. But you know, ultimately that would be like considered botting. Yeah, Cody, the YouTube like demographic has been very specific. They have like the way that their content engine presents content to people is kind of uncanny how it defines us demographically. And you know, I can like look at the type of people who look at my videos, and it's exactly who I would think. Some of those statistics are like a little eerie, but it's been so well behaved, well mannered. I'm used to an internet that's, you know, a bit edgy, a bit chaotic. More trolls, I guess is what I'm saying. It's like I would have expected to. I feel like I haven't had a single negative interaction on YouTube once, which really surprised me. Yeah, well, I'm sure that you did, Cody, because you were in my demographic. Even the name Cody, like, is a popular name from the time when I if I had to say, you were probably a male aged in between 28 to 35, probably living somewhere on the coast of the United States, either East Coast or West Coast, like California or Florida. If I had to peg it, probably like 33 would be my, if I had to just make an exact guess right off the, be like 33. But, yeah. Ah, not near the water. Yeah, 29, okay. That's something I've noticed in terms of the people that I jive with. There seems to be like a generational, it's like Gen Z, everyone after millennial. It's not that I have a problem with Gen Z, or they necessarily have a problem with me when I interact with Gen Zers, but it never they're never the people that I can get all excitable around for whatever reason. We don't get excited about the same things. Yeah, and it's a real interesting, like, it feels so hypocritical for me to talk bad about the iPad generation, or you know, parents who raise their children on iPads. I have spent a lot of my time on the computer, but there's some good, you know, I'm sure a lot of people here have probably seen a lot of videos about gamers are becoming more stupid, or Asmongold reviewing videos about he's reviewed a lot of videos on that topic, and what it is really is like this. I think there's a cultural problem. I don't know about worldwide, but definitely with Western society, where people don't think for themselves anymore. And it's like, it's one of my biggest concerns about AI. It's like critical thinking is dead, original thought is dead. If you ask someone to figure something out, now they just kind of shut down. It's like the effect that GPS has on the ability for someone to read a map or navigate without GPS. It's not necessarily that you can't navigate without GPS, right? You could. It takes more work. You're capable enough to do it, but most humans are going to say, well, I'll just wait till the GPS comes back on. And so it kind of breeds this like extra laziness and even furthers, not critically thinking. And that's just like one example. And we do that in video games, but we do it with everything in life. It's like this, we're dumbing everything down through technology. And I love the technology. So it feels hypocritical for me to talk bad of someone who's an iPad baby, but I feel like there's like two sides of it. You can be the producer or you can be the consumer. And it's like, what do you want to be? Learned land nav in the military, so I'm pretty good with a map with the GPS. That's another thing. I don't know what it is, but I get along with guys in the military. I always tell them, the military is the most dangerous profession, not because of, enemy fire, but because my woman would cut my balls off. I think I would really love it. Yeah, Travis, it's a big... there's a shift right now, dude. It is just... politics aside, there is this I can't ignore it, an unignorable force, a shift in the overall vibe of society where people are like finally able to be proud of the fact that they have original thought. So I'm hopeful. We'll see. Yeah. It's different. There's a little bit of like, I don't know. I think the people who say like, right now is the time to convince and to be welcoming and bring people in, I think that's the right move. Like now is the time for some like good propaganda. Some propaganda to get people to start thinking for themselves. But I did see the channel's been having a lot of growth in proportion to its size. So as a result of that growth, the demographic expanded, and I went from a 100% male viewership to a 99.97% male viewership. If you want to be left alone, I think that you're winning. I think that's the winning move. Oh, I just looked back at Twitch chat. If you want an edgy, toxic environment, go to League of Legends. I downloaded League of Legends a couple weeks ago, and I played a couple of games because for whatever reason I started thinking about Teemo, and I wanted to play. And someone else said it in the game I was in. He was like, "Why the fuck did I download this game? Like, why do I do this to myself?" And I think at that point I like alt F4'd and said the same thing. I miss Season 1 League of Legends. Those are some good times, man. Unfortunately, I'm a League addict. It's been around 10 years, yeah. My buddy that I play Eve with, he plays League still, I believe. And it's like every time he would like play a couple games and I'd be talking to him, his mood when we would first be talking, he's like all happy and he's an energetic guy. And then by the end of it, he just sounded so like depressed and defeated, like, yeah, I think I'm just gonna go to bed now. Like, fucking it's just League of Legends. But if it was a good couple of games, he was on his high horse. Hey, thanks RP Tom. I appreciate that. I got that RP Tom, yeah. Eve's just the one that never gets away, or the one you never get away from. Every new champion has a dash. Yeah, that is a good point. There was a point where League of Legends shifted from being fun for me, and I think it was whenever dashes and dashes through walls were a very unique ability. Same with like jumps. And when you play a lot of the old characters, they do have a much more classical RPG experience to them, and range control. Your ability to keep control at range was much more simplified, and the dashing thing, yeah, people will say skill issue, and they're right. But the thing is when it was on a smaller amount of champions, if you weren't good at that type of gameplay, or you didn't enjoy playing that type of gameplay, you weren't playing off meta or garbage characters. So I think it kind of like forces you into a play style, which I think is a shame. It's part of my gripe with like old school RuneScape PvP, if you know anything about that. Old school RuneScape PvP is like, I think if any game in the world is responsible for, old school RuneScape is probably the most responsible game for causing carpal tunnel to people other than World of Warcraft. Like, you're talking about like clicking 7 times in 7 specific points with perfect 100% accuracy in like 2.1 seconds, and each click has to be tick perfect, and it's just ridiculous. StarCraft. How much ISK have I made so far? So made probably 200, maybe up to 300 mil. The way I was able to like purchase the first ship and like a small skill injector is because I started the account with the weekend fleet pack. So not a whole lot, maybe 250 to 300 mil, but It's been like 7 play sessions, and I've gotten really unlucky with DED sites. None of my DED sites have like dropped any big ticket item, and if that happens, that'll just skew the numbers into a favorable position instantly. I don't know, man. I've played a lot of games. Put it like that. My girl saw me like getting bored of a game, and I think she started getting excited because she was like, "Oh yeah, he's gonna get bored of it, and then he'll stop playing games for a while." And it was like, no, I've got hundreds of games that I want to play. The problem is there's not enough time in life to play all the games that I would want to play. It's unfortunate, but it's just a reality you have to accept. Not enough time in life. Just gotta squeeze as much as you can in. 35 million you got into Eve 2 weeks ago. Yeah, but that's great. Because you're new, right? Like, the difference in... I think that's probably the best thing to understand as a new player is like your ISK gain, the amount of ISK you gain is going to be exponential, but mostly from you gaining knowledge, right? The ISK that you gain is going to be exponential because of your capital, yes. Exponential because of your skill gain, yes. But primarily what you know in the game, how you know how to do things in the game. You know, there are people who have been playing this game for so long, so consistently, that are gonna know this market by feel and say like, whoa, those missiles are up, because they see that number every single day and they know when it's up dramatically. They know when it's down. They don't even have to look at a graph, right? So the knowledge that you have in this game is going to increase your ability to earn ISK exponentially. Considerably, yes. And the DED sites, the reason why I've been doing them on stream is because I want a new player to see me get the 500 mil drop doing something in a jackdaw, and then they'll go, oh, and they'll actually try it. Because I convinced a new player one day to do DED sites, and for like 2 days straight he got nothing, and then on the 3rd day he made like 3 bill, and he was like hooked on it, and just only did DED sites pretty much after that. Kind of ruined the game for him, honestly, because he was like, there's no point in mining anymore. There's no point in doing this. There's no point in doing that. But you got to get over that too. Do what you enjoy, and learn as much as you can. And if you don't enjoy learning, just accept the fact that then stop. My advice would be stop trying to make a bunch of money. Like, I don't know. Introduce variety in the game for yourself. 100%. That's why I just like to do a bunch of random shit when I play. That's why we made the Corp name whatever the hell we want. As far as the question about capacitor, Tom, I made some significant changes. We dropped the micro warp drive. So dropping the micro warp drives, when you have one online on your ship, it's going to reduce your capacitor recharge rate overall. So let's say I have 1,000 capacitor, recharges every 100 seconds. Micro warp drive might reduce that to 750 every 100 seconds, right? So it reduces your total capacitor, which is bad, and it's like extra bad in an electrical, because the electrical filaments that we're running increase your capacitor recharge time. So that means anything that increases our capacitor size is going to get a double benefit. Anything that reduces it, we're like losing that benefit. So we took out the micro warp drive, and then the cat battery's faction now. We have Dead Space Afterburner, we have faction recharger, and we have a Dead Space shield booster. So if I'm thinking of the time that I believe you watched, it was all the mid slots basically got upgraded to faction, and took the micro warp drive out. Yeah, it made the excuse me. It made the ship a lot more comfortable to fly, but I'm slow, right? I know I can get away with running the micro warp in the T1s. It definitely will get me killed in T2, but the Afterburner is much more comfortable experience because I can just leave everything on. Don't have to sit there and micromanage it. Well, Kazad, if you're new to Eve, I've got, I'm trying to drop knowledge about the game when I play. So if you have any questions, let me know. This series goes up on YouTube right now. It's currently very unedited, so just kind of raw gameplay of me progressing through this character. Okay. Well, yeah. All the really old heads love to just be like, I'm a total noob. I mean, you never stop learning in this game. Yeah. I've broken free of Eve, and then it literally will take one Eve ad to bring me back in, and I hate ads. I'm very hyper aware of them, and the Eve all it takes. I sent my friend a small clip of me warping in a paladin, and he's like, "Oh, the warp sound, it's so nostalgic." And I saw him log in, a couple minutes after. So right, Cody? Yeah, they're wise. They're also stuck in their ways sometimes too, because I had this guy, he was a Sentry Dommy pilot, tried to convert him to a Rattlesnake Sentry pilot. So hard did I try. I understand now. I understand why I shouldn't have, but at the time I couldn't stop thinking, dude, you're gonna do 4 times as much DPS, and it's literally the exact same gameplay. Like, and yes, both are terrible, agreed. But I'm just trying to like min max his style of gameplay, and it's like I realize now, some people, not only do they not care about being effective, they don't want you to point out that they're not being effective, and it's okay if people are doing things the wrong way. God, it would bother me so much. He liked the shoe. It looks like an upside down Nike shoe. Like I could put 2 Dominic's upside down and slip my feet into them. But never learned the industry, been playing the game for 19 years. Yeah, it's funny. When I start mining, I turn into a drama queen. I'm like, I don't want to do this. It's, there's just certain parts of the game that it hurt my brain. But it's funny to think the cycle, because in the very beginning, I did the traditional work your way up to level 4 missions. I did AFK, Orca mining, then I did incursions, tried nullsec. Still a complete noob during all of this. And then I came back to the game years later, and I think it took like 6 months for it to kind of click into place a little bit. And that was when I was like, oh, it felt like a brand new game to me, and I've been playing for years at that point. It's really weird. Now I do a little bit of everything, just no mining. I even do a little bit of industry, just not the mining part. That's true, Cody. You're right. But if he upgraded it to a Navy issue, it would be less efficient on the sentries, because he would get a bonus towards the guns and not a bonus that was directly specific towards the drones, and then the insurance payout would be less. Low sec life and an alliance with them blue standings. Okay, yeah. Blue donut stuff, boring to me. Blues in general are boring to me. I have a lot of friends in game. None of us are blue to each other. You know, some of them, like, I know in real life, like, I would go help them move and, you know, do all, but if I saw them in game and there's a chance to shoot at them, I would be all over it. I don't like the restriction of, so the idea of no blue standings, I like that. I don't like the restriction of who I can shoot. See you later, Tom. Thanks for coming. Yeah, Make it swole for us while we play Eve. Do I still have my expert systems? I don't think so. Oh yeah, this gives us a little bit of everything. Oh, I do have them installed. Never mind. Alrighty. Man, I've been filamenting out into Null for just random DD sites and shenanigans, and it seems so chill out there. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go blow my nose. Alrighty. Still alive. I made it. Turner is a great place to live. Alright, I'll take a look. Everyone's trying to get me to come faction warfare, come to their space. We've got a little spot in mind that we're looking at. More Losec, I like it. Ooh. I like this. I'm a big fan of these kind of areas where you have lots of Losec connected to lots of high, like low security high sec. And these places wind up being great for one of my favorite things to do on my main is just run around doing green sites in a Stormbringer. And areas like that wind up being just packed with green sites, and you can just run them. Kaldari side, faction warfare. It's fun, no short of fun. Level 4. Are you talking about Osman, Cody? I'll put Turner in a little note list. Because I'm scouting right now. Like, we've got stations and things like that purchased. A friend of mine, he's got some structure that some structures that he wants to drop. We got some friends in an area, so I do have a space where I kind of plan on it being our base of operations. Oh, the cluster I highlighted, that's that had Langisi in it. Yeah, that sounds like a fun place, because that's something else I had to realize, like, that I think just comes with time to anyone new that's listening or watching, is a lot of the game is about the geographical area that you're in. And the reason for that is once you play in a certain area, you start to see the same names, you start to understand the markets, the movements, the activities, what people do. That might not be immediately clear to a new player. And so I know for a fact, because Langisi's a level 4 Sisters of Eve mission running hub, that there's going to be a ganking presence. Code, safety, whatever that might be. 3 jumps from Heck as well. Heck, notorious for ganking back in the day. Now, just because something was done back in the day, that means there are going to be veteran players that there's people in this game who have never stopped doing something. There's people that all they do is suicide gank outside of Jita, and that's all they will ever do. So I know there's gankers who will gank people in Langisi, and that's all they will ever do, and that's all they ever want to do. So I like that, because that means there's activity. And what I think a lot of the industry and mining players that I've seen who've had to deal with gankers don't realize is that gankers are actually at the disadvantage. And it's something that you can counteract if you're prepared for it. And it feels very satisfying to pull off. That said, if your ganker is some guy multi-boxing 12 Taloses running ECCM scripts so you can't jam him, I think you just need to eat the loss and accept the fact that that guy's got a stain in his chair that, I've never been to Zarzak. Maybe I should do that. Is there anything happening in Zarzak? People live there, or content to farm? I don't know how it works. I don't know if it's a place you can still go. So, if I have standings with one of the Garistas or Angels, okay, but let's say you're not in that faction warfare. You're just, are there combat sites or... Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I guess like my thing about faction warfare is if I go dip into it, I'm basically like, you know, I don't know anything about it, so I'm just gonna be like, okay, I'll go through the typical new player onboarding experience, join up with whatever militia, and probably do F1 monkey type of content. Very special space, no D-scan, no bookmarks. That sounds like my kind of space. It'd be nice to be able to play the game, run like combat sites, do random shit, and I randomly encounter another solo player and there's no D-scan. Because D-scan is certainly a, you know, it's like one of those skill ceilings that I feel like is just, again, for a new player, it can be a lot. It's maybe I also like to be very good at things I do, and I just accept that I'm not great at D-scan. So I know that if I could just get better at D-scan, and that would make me a better pilot overall. Yeah, I think that faction warfare on alt sounds kind of fun. Yeah, I do like the ships that are immune to it. You're not a fan of the yeah. See, and it's like I end up I guess you, what do they call it, like wormhole spider. A lot of the kills that I get would be from doing content like, you know, if there's, when we were living in Losec, if there's ventures in our space, like some alts just chilling out there, I had a, you know, permanent like stealth bomber fit up with blasters that would just warp right on top of it, bump it out of cloak, double scram it, there's nothing it can do, like guarantee kill, but it's very much surprise combat. Like I don't think there's literally anything you can do in a situation like that. Yeah, I feel that. Like I enjoy PvPing other PvPers in a solo or structured capacity. I like the proving grounds. I'm not a big fan of like F1 stuff. I like defense ops and attack ops like when I'm like running it, but not so much as a line member. And you know, there's been some moments that, like, my favorite moment was being in a Stormbringer and killing, you know, 24 Tau Wars, but, you know, 14 of them solo. Like, I like the moments that you can be proud of, but I love clubbing a SEAL, dude. Maybe I'm just too freshly. I was a SEAL not too long ago, right? So my revenge rage is still there. Yeah, the Proving Grounds is so good. But I'm not above clubbing a seal. I get very excited when I see a venture or a barge. A kill is a kill, yeah. I feel that. I'm an animator and VFX artist. I do 2D and 3D animation, digital artwork for streamer. Would you like to see my hard work? Add me on Discord. I mean, if you have a link to your hard work, you can feel free to send it to me. But I got my AI cooking up some images right now, so I think I'm gonna be good. I know, but in case it's not, I'll respond. Honestly, like, if it was some, like, person from another country trying to do a hustle, I respect it. But yeah, it is most likely a bot. It's fun how many bots you get in Twitch. Hey, good morning, Moses. My local chat. All right, so far, like 20 mil. Not a lot, but we're plugging away. I got 35 liquid. I wanted to do some abyssaling. It's gonna be kind of expensive to get the abyssal mods that I want, so. I might go into low sec, throw a disruptor on, and do some like belt ratting and see if I can find somebody. I think I would basically just tear off the battery and the recharger, throw a cap booster on there and a disruptor instead, and call it a day. the Abyss looks so much better than the rest of the game. It's sad. What does the quality look like? What does the quality look like today? To the people that have been watching a couple of days, because I reinstalled everything and just let it run with some auto settings, and it looks like it looks better. It's hard to tell. Yeah, because I feel like Eve will do this thing where it artifacts a lot. Like, it'll get kind of like chunky and blur in specific spots. Seems to be doing less of that. Robert, I'm doing tier 1s right now. I've done a few tier 2s in this ship, but the Tesseras, the drone battle cruisers, are definitely a limiting factor. I'm thinking that I would add a little bit more buffer to the fit. Maybe up my skills a bit before I'd feel entirely comfortable in 2s. Honestly, I think the Retribution is way better than the Jackdaw. I picked the Jackdaw because this is a new character progression series, and the Jackdaw is my Swiss Army knife right now. It gets me sub 2 second align time for traveling around through BOSEC. I can run DD sites, I can do missions, I can do epic arcs, and I can do Abyss. But purely for the Abyss, from a money-making perspective, I think the Retribution would be at least twice as good. It's so tanky, it's so much better. The DPS is basically double, the tank would basically be double. And the money from the the money from the frigate filaments is better, so. Brand new character. I've only had the 1 million skill points that they provided, like 1 or 2 small injectors, and then the skill points from the career program, and a few days worth of training time. So I kind of had to pick one. Unlocking the Jackdaw and Tech 2 missiles was all of my skill points. What I did was I bought the weekend fleet pack to start. That gives 3 days of Omega and some starting cash. That's like 3.8 euro or 3.75 USD. And then they had a sale for, I can't remember which starter pack it was. It might be like the bronze starter pack. But one of these starter packs was like $5, and it came with 20 days of Omega. So I bought that. I mean, it was super cheap. So I think it was I think it's 2 weekend fleet packs. Yeah, and the bronze. So $12 for 26 days and 100 plex. Oh, well, I think, especially if you're the type of player who recruits new players or teaches new players frequently, I think it's a good exercise. I think I have a much more realistic frame of reference now for talking to a new player about what I would actually recommend. Oh my gosh. I just realized I messed up the ticker on the Corp name. It's supposed to be WTHWW, it's WTHWH. Okay, whatever the hell we have. That's what the ticker stands for. Fuck. I don't feel like remaking it. What in the world? Have you ever played Eve before in the past? Yes. We, the player base, think the weekend packs is a great way to start Eve, but we worry new players don't find them or know how they are, nor how to best utilize them, but you did a clever way. I'm glad. Okay. I don't know what you mean by we, the player base, but yeah, 100%. I think new players should be directed towards the weekend fleet packs. I think it's the best way to like try the game and see if you want to play it instead of restricting yourself to the alpha clone mindset. I think you should appreciate the fact that alpha clones exist and that you can get on the game and play for free. But to get the full experience, you should try the game with the weekend fleet pack. And then I think that people don't appreciate how powerful the whole alpha clone thing is. On my main, I could not play for a whole year and be sitting on a bunch of things I need to contract out and sell. And I can get on Eve and I can post up like abyssal modules for contract and then log in like weeks later to them being sold and do it again. Whereas if I want to get on RuneScape because I see the market's up for blood shards or whatever, I have to go subscribe to the game just to be able to sell things. Now, that's a bad example because RuneScape just recently changed that specific thing I'm talking about, but it was like that for years and years, so. Why so much light in my cave? Because I don't have a cave anymore, man. That's not how this works. I can't keep a woman in a cave. They like light. But what's up, Volk? I try fucking around with the little like background removal. I hate it. I hate little like artifacty, pixely things. I don't like using it at work in meetings. I just don't like it. Looks low quality to me. And you just need to get an office at home with, you know, stuff in the background. That's fine. But I'm not a fan of trying to remove it. See you, Kazad. Thanks for stopping by. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, man. The muted plasmids are just... I haven't seen anything higher than a decayed from a T1. I haven't looked at like the loot tables in a while, but the T2 first one I did gave me an unstable. Still a little weak for the T2s. probably turn on my shields. And then I looked at chat. Well, thanks, Volk. I appreciate that. I'm trying to look at multiple things right now, so. No, I'm trying not to get caught up in bot making right now. But I think there's a product that I want to clone. If you look up, well, maybe I shouldn't say that. There's a product that solves a specific problem that I want to have, and it's a tool that I've thought of, and I'd like to make my own version. It's called Gleam. There's a bunch of them like it, but trying to multitask. I'm too used to flying the Gila in the Abyss. So my brain is like, I should be able to just AFK to the biocache and then, you know, everything's fine. Thanks, Reed. I don't think you're not gonna get much good loot from a T1, but it's honest work. It'll get us some starting capital. Yeah, licking glue, 100%. That's what I was doing. Doing T1s in a Kestrel, T2s in a Vector Navy issue, working towards the Gila. Hell yeah. Well, I recommend the Gila to people a lot. You can't go wrong with it. Are you in the Abyssal Lurkers Discord, Reed? Allergic to Discord? Okay. Are you in the Abyssal Lurkers chat channel in game? Because it has a lot of fits and stuff in there. I was just going to tell you it's a good community for learning the Abyss if you are not already familiar with them. They have links to tools that people have made for the Abyss. There's a tool that recently increased some like features that they had. It's called Mutamarket, and I don't know who made it. I haven't looked into it too much, but Mutamarket's really cool. It'll let you import all of your modules that you've abyssal and appraise all of them so that you can quickly make contracts based off of their appraised value. Don't forget to like the video. Oh, thanks Moses for reminding me and everybody. I'm bored of the Abyss. I want to increase the difficulty. So really, what I'm saying is I'm not bored of the Abyss, I'm bored of making small money. I think it's time to go low sec. Okay, yeah, that's good, Read Boss. I'm just making sure that you're in there. If you're looking for any sort of Abyss content, they have the most curated collection. I'm certainly someone that will
Drive active.
try to do things in a different way, but usually just like in a lazy way. So I should have a video of me running Gamma 5s on my main. Might have even ran a 6 or 2 while I was streaming it, but I run all of my Abyss in a completely buffer fit Gila with no active tank.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Okay. 67 mil. No. Actually, you know what? Oh yeah, it'll fit a perfect. Is that all my money? Yeah, it's okay.
I just want to at least have a disruptor on here in case I do get into a scenario where I would have the upper hand. Although I'm doubtful that will happen.
Please take extra care during our renovation work.
I wonder how it would. If I just ran like one inertial stabilizer, but I kept it on. 1.9. I'll try it like that just for the ease of travel and not have to keep refitting and do a bunch of shit. Alright, where does this take us through? Lawless, 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 lawless. So this is where people can bubble. Fuck you. What if I avoid this? Perfect. No bubbles. Yeah, my passive Gila does T5 excellently, but it's obnoxiously expensive.
Warp drive active.
Your biggest problem is going to be power outage, internet outage, acts of God, and suicide gankers. Other than that, it's like it's such a stupid tanky setup. I think when I'm in the actual abyss, my EHP is like 300k or something. But again, it's obnoxiously expensive. Like everything that can be abyssal is abyssal, including the drones. That being said, we have new abyssal. You can now abyssal your mutaplasmids to make an even stronger mutaplasmid. So it would be so expensive to do that though.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, the Abyssal modules it's fun, but it's gambling, and you could wind up with a pile of Abyssal modules that you can't sell quick enough and end up blowing them out for less than they're worth.
Warp drive active.
I just realized I don't even have an expanded probe launcher on the Jackdaw either, so no combat probes. And I need to get out of Serpentis space. Crazy how quick we'll get to him more, though. YouTube's weird. You just gotta like refresh it. It like doesn't update automatically.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. It's almost there. I like nice even numbers. It's true. I like, I want to do a giveaway and yada yada yada. I know if I like do a video and I put giveaway in the title, just require the subscription, it'll get that last 100, no problem doing that. But I'm also like, I guess what I'm the most focused on right now is just kind of like getting the reps in. Like it.
Warp drive
I'm sure I don't have to convince anyone here, but you can imagine how hard it is to be like, hey, I'm gonna spend this block of at least 4 hours playing a video game and like expect to be able to just focus on that. It's hard to do that. So I'm trying to like keep the reps up, and I'm really happy to see it like almost at 400. It's super cool.
warp drive active.
Pause this.
Warp drive active.
I appreciate your faith, Vulcanash. Still going to.
Warp drive active.
So Volk, I found out the ticker doesn't match the words for the Corp.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Okay.
Warp drive active.
Man, I spent so much of my time in this game in this area. It's gotta be like 5 jumps from Ms. Needon. 10, but this was the only place that had like low sex sites nearby. Right now, what I'm doing, I'm kind of like messing around on the side, working on corporation propaganda stuff, and I'm going into low sec to belt rat, maybe kill some people, scan for combat sites. I'm just trying to mix it up. I've been running abyssals for an hour or two. Kind of working on a new character.
Warp drive active.
I'll grab some water. Damn, they got a lot of covert research facilities out here. And combat probes.
Warp drive active.
I mean, the fact that I can play the game with one hand, I mean, you really need a mobile client. I'm gonna keep saying it forever. Mobile app is what made old school RuneScape come back again. And the same thing will happen to Eve.
Warp drive active.
It'd become like the biggest game ever. Wait, why are their probes away? I need an expanded launcher. I think it's a bad idea to be out here without one. But probes are gone.
Warp drive active.
Oh, motherfucker, these are explosive? Oh, I know what I'll do. I'm gonna head over to a place where like my people are at.
Warp drive active.
The group I'm in. I have some friends in there. And some of them will probably know this character's name. Some of them might not. But it'll be a Mars space, right? Yeah, I'll have rats that are weak to EM instead of explosive. Does it swing me through a Mar first? Yeah. Swings me through a Mar. But I know there's people out there. I might be able to get a fight.
Warp drive active.
Or at the very least find out where I can... Oh! There's a market out here. I guess faction warfare space is awesome. Okay.
Warp drive active.
At least I'll be able to like do content instead of just pure travel. It's interesting. Someone brought up. I've been asking about like ideas for unique money makers,
Docking
because that's kind of like what I'm interested in, especially when you look at like games like old school RuneScape. There's so many videos that are about like, you know, look at this unique money maker or whatever. He had mentioned doing the besieged covert sites and a stealth bomber. And out here in an area like this in faction warfare space, being that far out, you know, from the site and a stealth bomber, if you're running a micro warp drive, you're moving so fast, if someone even does land on you, you're probably, if you're lined out, you're safe, and then you just cloak back up. Seems like it'd be a pretty safe way of making money.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
I don't think I killed it. I really I really should be ignoring the cruisers and only doing battle cruisers and battleships and clone soldiers. Firetail?
Warp drive active.
Yeah, there's gonna be like a lot of faction warfare traffic in here, which is cool.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Where are these guys here?
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
I do like flying general purpose like this with the inertial stabilizer. It's all around like a quick moving, agile ship. Not 100% confident I'll get past the gate camp, but
Warp drive active.
hopefully if I bump into one, it's one already in progress. I can just slip out.
Warp drive active.
Part of me feels like it might be worth doing faction warfare just so I understand the mechanics out here. Because I don't know what sites these people are likely to be at, why they do them. Probably make it even easier to... It feels so easy to traverse faction warfare space.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
I don't know if I can do some of these in a jackdaw.
The capacitor is empty.
Because I know some of these guys noob. Let's see E-War. Each new wave spawns when the previous one is destroyed. All enemy waves spawn around the center of the structures. Okay. It's almost pretty doable.
Warp drive active.
Blood lookout.
Warp drive active.
I'm gonna do the blood lookout. I think that one's way faster and easier. Start there.
Warp drive active.
There's another one.
Targeted 065, 7,000, beam north. There's a 4, Magnum 6, bullseye 130, 1.0. Black copy.
I don't even know if I'm supposed to destroy that. So it's like after you kill this group on the left here, you have the chance to spawn the commander. And what's the commander's name is Dark Blood Upholder. Okay. So anything that starts with Dark Blood. Eden Com armor bonus. I'm like, why is it taking so long? Oh, and they rep. Yes, I don't think we got the spawn. Unless it's killing this wave that shows up. Yeah, I think that's it. There might be a structure. Blood Raider bunker. This seems like old information, or see, because I used to think it was destroying this big thing. Oh, there's the bunker. I was just destroying the shield generators out of curiosity to see if it let me damage the base. Nope. So that escalates. Cool. Another one of these provisional outposts.
Warp drive active.
Watch out, 5 WTs next system. Assuming WT means war target. This is what I'm telling you, Vulcan Ash. This is the area that I was talking about. Pardon my excitement.
Warp drive
The bleak lands. It's bleak. No one's out here. I mean, there are people out here, don't get me wrong. But there's a lot of like combat sites and like stuff to farm. Oh, that's super far. I do like this area of space though. So this is what I'm saying, dude. There's some of these systems that are like 9 of these sites in one system. They're all like in the same area, and there's high-sec islands in here that have a bunch of green sites. You get someone in the, we get a couple people in Corp. We save bookmarks like when you scan sites, and then we could go out there with a scanning ship and a Stormbringer and just clean these things up. Every one of these sites, everything that's a DD4 and under in a storm, and the DD 4 out of 10s and 3 out of 10s are like really the most lucrative, because you can just do them so much faster and they drop good shit. You can do them so fast in a Stormbringer. And Stormbringer's just fun to fly, so maybe part of it is me looking for more like excuses to use the Stormbringer. I also like these besieged covert research sites, not just because they have good drops, but because they drop a huge amount of like faction ammo, and it's really nice with like a golem to just have like all of these faction torpedoes sitting around, right, and not have to go buy torpedoes, which are expensive as hell. Little things like that. all alone in the system now. I'm just too slow. I think my missiles were not far enough range in propulsion mode.
Hard drive active.
I need to use my phone for a bit. Turn this off. And I gotta run for a quick second. Hopefully I don't die. Okay, I'm back and still alive. Nice to see. Got some core scanner probes out. Or were those just mine? Motherfucker. There we go. I need to get a better camera solution. Right now I'm using my phone. None of the webcams I have, they all look like shit. None of them are gonna work. So for this one,
A module has run out of charges.
okay, there's a chapel that I can damage. Is this that? Yeah. Apparently damaging this will spawn another wave. And then it can potentially spawn a Dark Blood Cruiser, which will drop faction modules, potentially, but it can also escalate. I'm just gonna do it. Got one escalation right now, and it works good because it kind of doubles as a bit of direction in terms of where we're gonna actually like pilot. And then I don't know if miners know this, but if you're hard up on resources, these DED sites usually have asteroids in them. I know like the old heads will know about it because I think it was part of how they would mine. Hell yeah, Moses. I mean, it also, if you're doing it in low sec, in a barge or something, you know, that you can literally just wait until you see combat probes and then warp out. Pretty safe. Here, maybe I can like feed this in ChatGPT and have it make a better copy paste for make this a copy paste spam thingy for recruitment purposes. It didn't do shit. These guys are far as shit. tripping out over here for just a second.
The capacitor is empty.
Someone already joined? It says 2 members. Huh.
A module has run out of charges.
Oh man. MOTDs and all that fun stuff. That's where I'm like, oh, it feels like work.
A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges.
No escalation feels bad. Okay.
Corp drive active.
So we need can never expire. Discord.
The capacitor is empty.
Yeah, I mean, again, just tons and tons of signatures.
Corp drive.
Alright, so now I think you can take a link like this. Do a little ba-bum.
Corp drive active.
Okay. Yeah, space is so dead, it's so chill. God, I need a bigger monitor. That's a long ass fucking. Puts us right on top of the commander rat in this site, though. Some of these escalations can be like really lucrative. Use Grok for that kind of stuff. Okay, look, man, I'm honestly like behind on my AI tools, but you know, I use a very specific workflow for software projects that, you know, kind of took me a while to iron out. I was like deep down a rabbit hole of playing with all the different AI tools that were available, and I have been hearing and watching some content about Grok, and it sounds really cool. I don't even have an X account, dude. I haven't had social media in like 10 years, so I'm slowly like piecemeal putting some of this stuff together. Grok is like only accessible if I buy like X and do premium on there, right? Oh, Grok 3.0 is for yeah, see, I guess that is the one I am pretty interested in, but okay. That's cool that Grok's free. I'll have to try it. I mean, I know it's going to make I think just overall the fact that it would produce text content for me that was less like snowflakey would be a win. I think part of my issue has been that I just have been lazy to make an X account, and I don't really use ChatGPT a whole lot for writing anymore. I find like I use it for formatting text more than anything. One of my outside of writing code, one of my favorite things to do is open up notes on my phone, use voice to text, you know, Google voice to text, which is almost immaculate. It's like perfect every time. And then it provides me this huge transcript because I just blurb out my thoughts. And I'll take that whole transcript, I'll give it to ChatGPT, and I'll say like, format this into 4 sections. The second section where I discuss XYZ, like put that into a bullet list, and then it'll basically spit out my notes and my words in a very ChatGPT structured way, and I love it. There are some things like that that I actually continue to use AI for. I tested it on a couple of the descriptions on my videos. Not super impressed with the writing of ChatGPT still, and I would imagine Grok I would probably end up liking the writing better and the image gen better. But my primary use case for AI right now is just with Cursor, which is like a clone of Visual Studio Code that has think like GitHub Copilot on steroids. I don't know why I'm destroying this. Okay, so the site still shows up, but I don't think shooting the drug lab is going to do anything. I think I'm just wasting my time.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Yeah, seeing people out here in cheetahs and industrial hauling ships. Seems like a really chill area.
drive active. Warp drive active.
What kind of projects are you working on? Yeah, I started tinkering around with Eve. Made like a local scanner tool, but here in a couple of days I need to dive deep into Power BI. So
Warp drive active.
maybe I can do an Eve Online Power BI video.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, right on. Oh, hell yeah. One of the things I've noticed that I really appreciate about corporate culture is they take a lot of time to understand how you think. 2,500-pound mainframes, you can't do it anymore. That's cool. So I want to build my own
Warp drive active.
like server cluster for running my own local models.
Warp drive active.
I'm almost to Seguin. Seguin's where some of the people that I have been playing with and my friends are at, and I doubt there will be many people out there online right now, but there's gotta be someone out there. Let's see if I get a fight.
Warp drive active.
I've been on this mission to kind of like scout around for like a home base. I think the area is already kind of in mind, but I have a deeper appreciation for like the area of space that you're in after, playing the game for a little while.
Warp drive active.
Oh, the only two people out here are currently ratting. Oh, he's watching the stream. Okay. Well, thank you. I saw that you were a suspect, and I thought that you would come fight me.
Warp drive active.
Right on. Well, if you're watching the stream, then you know what I'm flying. And you know that it's fit terribly, so.
Warp drive active.
Where's another, like, low sec near here to go to? Surely if I go into that null sec, I'm gonna eventually just die, but I'm looking for, like, belt ventures, barges, and a jaspit site. Someone in a gate on in a frigate that has a short align time.
Warp drive active.
I'm gonna go into their, like, nullsec and just assume that the gate is not bubble camped. I mean, there are plenty of belts here. What I should do is I should look up belt rats to understand them better, because I know that there's, like, one of the tags that sells for 20 mil. Yeah, I know nothing about this nullsec. I'm too, like, scared to go into nullsec by myself unless I'm interdict or nullify, but the number of jumps out here is dead, so. It's probably pretty fucking chill.
Warp drive active.
I guess, Robert, I'm a fan of the idea of like I'm not necessarily trying to get a fight or belt rat. I want to do like both of them, ideally. I want a PvE
Warp drive
and make money, and then like have emergent PvP. Hunting people, is fun too, but if I'm just hunting, it feels like nothing's happening for a very long time. That being said, I definitely need combat probes if I want to be doing any hunting. Right, and I've spent a good amount of time out here in the low sec, you know, where I would undock marauders and fly stuff that, you know, is silly to be flying in low sec by yourself, because it's a quiet area. I mean, that being said, like you, yeah, you're always gonna have people that once they figure out that you're flying shit like that, you attract attention. So you mix it up. One thing I've noticed about like these battle cruisers, like drop large size modules, so sometimes they'll drop some of the same modules the battleships will drop, and killing them. I've also seen like the 5 mil loot off a battle cruiser. I think this is better in running the T1s. Problem with the Jackdaw is like space on the modules.
Warp drive active.
And I guess when you're out here playing this way, these modules are nice because like if I didn't have a damage control, like boom, there's a damage control. Now I have a sensor booster. Now I got a scram. So typically what I would do when I like live out of a place like this is I would run some of the like combat sites and do the belt ratting just to have like random modules laying around. Because a lot of it becomes like, oh, there's a guy here in this. If only I had this fit up in this particular way, I'd be able to go kill him. So once you have all of that kind of in place, these are pretty far out. Fury. This will be. Can't track shit. My damage feels so low. Holy shit, this guy's taking forever. Wonder how many skill points we'd need to get into a retribution. 1 point, 1.5 mil bounty, 1 mil loot. They're definitely worth killing if I can kill them faster. The rate I'm killing them right now is way too slow.
Warp drive active.
I don't know if a destroyer's even the move, man. It's a lot of training for me right now, though, with the retribution. Wow, there's a single asteroid belt in the system.
Warp drive active.
Does an asteroid belt like despawn if all the asteroids get chewed up? Or is it like there just won't be any ore? Damn, this is a yeah, I didn't think the asteroid site itself would despawn or anything, but yeah, I think with a ship that did more DPS, this would be super worth it. So I get 3 of these battleships right now, and they could all drop like good loot. Oh, a catalyst and a coercer. That's cool. Descan me down, guys. I'm at the only asteroid fucking belt here. If that catalyst gets on top of me, I'm dead. Are these guys gonna come land on this asteroid belt or what? Oh, they left. Imagine.
Our module has run out of charges. Our module has run out of charges.
Someone's outside honking a horn. Ugh. All right. Yeah, he's a chunky one. I just had someone honking outside, and I'm like, who the fuck is this? There's a recycling guy, like, honking because I didn't take my trash to the street. So he just saved my ass. Oh, I'm about to outrange him too. Fuck. Yeah, the other battleships go down a lot quicker. This one, not so much, but I do think with a ship with, like, a Retribution would have twice as much damage. I think a Retribution would really be the move for this very specific activity of belt ratting and Sancha Nullsec. Yeah, 2.5 mil in loot, but basically a 2 mil
The
bounty,
capacitor is empty.
but it almost filled up my cargo space entirely. So I guess you also want to, like, live in the space you're doing that in, but I mean, so far it's super chill. These guys will be like good loot too, but probably won't be able to fit it in my cargo. Yeah, 2.5. What's so expensive in here? The smart bomb. Yeah, I can't even pick this up, but 2.5 mil. You sit out in a low sec with a Marauder and a mobile tractor unit, and you start printing money. It's kind of fun.
Warp drive active.
Problem for me now is, like, I have to, like, dock up and drop this loot off.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Oh, see, they're tempting me right now. They got a Mackinac out here. But I'm not gonna attack any of them.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Warp drive active. 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 Our module has run out of charges. Our module has run out of charges. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Oh, you're so funny. So funny. No one ever wants to fight fair. You bring a Loki to a Jackdaw fight. Hey, Spilko. Last time someone in the system said they fought me, they pulled out a Phoenix Navy. I can't even remember what I was in. Probably a Gila. Well, the Jackdaw is a slippery little thing. No way a pacifier just went into Sagane and I just fucking missed it running away from Vigorist. No way. Adventure's going in. I'm tempted to follow, but if Bigorous is willing to drop a Loki on a Jackdaw, then I think he'd be willing to sit on the other side of this gate in a insta-lock Gnosis. I don't think this is a combat site because it's kind of hard to scan. Oh, it is a combat site.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Yeah, I'll have to make sure to do some stuff like off stream out in that area. More for like video content. But combat sites are good. Now I have some assets in this low sec, so this is it's the closest thing we have to home. So you get some like cheaper ships out here so that we're not risking like the entire bankroll. Aren't I rich, Svilko? Currently I have 16 million ISK. I have another account with a lot of money in assets. This character is never traded with anybody. I don't plan on sending money to this character or anything like that. This is a progression series, right? documenting kind of like from the very beginning. Yeah, and I think it's like pretty cool. Not to play the game like entirely like Iron Man or solo self-found, like RuneScape's Iron Man mode or PoE's solo self-found. But I do like the concept of kind of looting these meta modules from ships out in like low sec and being able to kind of use them on fits and industry that has a purpose. Not doing industry to lose money, but doing industry because it's circumnavigating the logistics required to move things. Right now I have everything tied up in this jackdaw because it's a brand new character. So if I die, I lose everything I have. So that's why I say get some cheaper ships out here. Because I can get some holes like a catalyst that would be great for belt ratting. And if someone kills me and they're Loki while I'm in my 2 mil ship, I'm not going to be too worried about it. But it'll still be lethal enough to kill a miner who's like got their pants down and isn't paying attention. Are you recording for YouTube? I am on YouTube as well as Philco. Like I'm streaming to both platforms. And it is automatically uploading as a video there. I'm not currently recording a local copy to then chop up and edit at the current moment. Right now the goal is 500 subs on YouTube, and if I get there, then I likely will start being a bit more intentional and recording local copy and yada yada yada. All that boring stuff. You're ratting with a catalyst in 0.6? Okay. Yeah, the catalyst is the most DPS you're gonna get. Yeah, I'm gonna spend some time tonight setting up Twitch with panels and all that good stuff. I haven't done it yet, so I recognize that the YouTube link isn't there. That's my page. This is the first day on Twitch. I'm trying to make sure and tomorrow I'm gonna try to have it so that Twitch chat shows up on the feed as well, so people in the YouTube chat can see the Twitch chat. But still sort of learning all of it. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for watching. And I think this is like a good space for me in this area. I have to go in like 10 minutes. I'm coming up on a little over 4 hours. I'm gonna try to get at least 4 hours a day in for coming weeks. And I think this will be a good area of space, this like low sec area, for me to do some of this content in. Very, very, very quickly, did they try to shut down me coming and goofing off in there? So I think it's just like readily available content, just like sitting there. So I'm happy to see that.
Warp drive active.
Trying to think what I have that would be.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Yeah, if I do the skill plan, I can get Tech 2 and hybrid turrets for a catalyst or coercer. I hate that the Cormorant this range. But I like the shield booster bonus, that's huge. Yeah, that's not bad training time. I also have a web, or not a web. I have a Hecate fit that's really beefy, but I wouldn't want to do that on this character. I need to do that on my main.
There will be neither compassion nor mercy, nor peace nor solace for those who bear witness to these signs and still do not believe. Book reclaiming 2510.
Yeah, Cormorant Navy's actually not terrible. Because it's getting a damage bonus. Yeah, the range is good. No, I think the Navy is I mean, range is great on it. What I'm complaining about is more the fact that like I'm looking for raw DPS because I'm just like looking at belt ratting right now.
That is possibly the gravest sin. Book missions 1321.
There we go, easy peasy. Gotta use a micro warp drive.
Insurance providers wish to remind claimants
Hecate is the best, yeah. I'd agree. The reason why I didn't go with Hecate, I can't speak right now, is it wouldn't do anything well in the abyss. Capacitors are really bad on this thing though. Fuck it. This thing doesn't need a shield booster. No, I just need some buffer. That'll do it, I think. Just asking for getting killed, but it's a lot of buffer. It's Omni tank. Blasters. I have level 1 blaster skills, and it's doing that much damage, so it'll scale. The damage would scale up really good with skill points. That's probably our Belt Ratter Supreme. Mm, 36 mil. Right by MR, right? I'm searching my assets. Yeah, 6 jumps.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, what is my like EH? 8700 with like huge resistances because I have no actual buffer. And then this Belt Ratter is 12,000. Way more damage than I'm doing now. Way more buffer.
Warp drive active.
I think that'll be way better. And then when we get killed, it's a 35 mil loss instead of a 300 mil loss. Doing more than double the damage output. And I have level 1 skills.
active.
And it'll be +1 usable ship. I think I'll just like downgrade the probe scanner on here to a Tech 1. Yeah, but I have to burn to them for the loot anyways.
Warp drive active.
So the rats I'm trying to kill are battleships and clone soldiers, and I want to loot those anyways. So like it'd actually be convenient in that way. That would be on top of them. The speed is 1400 meters a second, so it's not gonna feel too slow. It doesn't feel too slow when you're around 1400. Anything under 1,000 feels very slow. Oh, don't get me wrong, it's losing a lot, right? It's losing range. It's losing, you know, Tech 3 destroyer capabilities, right? It's losing all of that. But what I think it's gaining too is like simplicity and design. Cost, it's 10% the cost. I'm taking this thing in the low sec where people are like trying to kill me. Right. A lot of people, a lot of times, like, if it's just like 1 or 2 dudes attacking me on a gate, I might be able to get back to the gate in this thing because of its EHP. It'll survive. It's got a good. That buffer is really good for the cost of that ship. For that to be 35 mil, 36 mil, 12K buffer. And I think fully skilled, if I had to guess, it's probably at around, if you upgrade the guns to Tech 2 and did Tech 2 ammo, it's probably 500 DPS or more.
Warp drive active.
But you're right, burning to them is annoying, and I did it a lot in the Hecate. But it did go a lot faster, and
Docking permission
I can
requested.
really feel the slowness of the Jackdaw. And I think it's because when you're at this like 200
Docking request
DPS
accepted.
mark, like a lot of the battleship rats will like actively rep like 80% of your DPS, so you're like just barely breaking their tank. And when you're like just barely breaking their tank like that, it feels extra slow. All right. 35 mil back from the probe scanner. That basically funds this entire ship. Which is overpriced because we're in a MAR. Which is why I wanted to sell it anyways. 51 mil. Fucking a MAR. But ideally, I wouldn't like. I just won't even kill small stuff. I'll just ignore it. good looking ship. Oh yeah. Police skins are so good. Well, kind of already over my time here.
Docking permission requested.
Let me throw some things in my skill queue and then I'm gonna bounce, guys. I appreciate everyone that stuck around and was watching.
Docking
I'm gonna try to play tonight. I doubt I'll stream. Maybe. I definitely will tomorrow during the day and maybe at night as well. So, thanks very much. I appreciate it. Y'all are all very great. Hope you have a good one. I'm gonna get out of here.